Hello, everybody. I am back. So, today we are going to be playing Minecraft, but I think it is going to be a much shorter stream. Because I'm not going to do a full-length stream if I run out of my planned things to do. Instead, I just have two main goals. So the first goal is to get stainless steel drills fully automated. And we're actually already pretty much all the way there, because I did a little bit of work off stream. Two things, really. First, I shuffled the order of these around a little bit more. So now this iron is all the way over here. Sorry, I need to let the world load in so that it stops lagging as much. There we go. So now the iron is over here and it is... constantly being supplied with sulfuric acid, and this is being constantly supplied with hydrochloric acid. And I did that with two chemical reactors. We have... Oh, I see a problem that's kind of occurred. Which I will mention in a moment. So this is now making hydrochloric acid from the hydrogen and chlorine. So that this can be constantly supplied. So those need to go to the trash, but this needs to not go to the trash. It needs to be post-trash. Okay, so now this will only generate hydrochloric acid when this needs extra. And this will input hydrochloric acid whenever it can. So that should work out. And this... Okay, so now this can fill up with hydrochloric acid so long as it is being produced faster than it's used. And then this will fill up with hydrogen and chlorine, and then we will generate extra hydrogen and chlorine for our tanks, which is something we're going to want / need. Okay, that's good. So that's how we're getting the hydrochloric acid for this. And the second thing is... the sulfuric acid is being made in this chemical reactor with water, oxygen, and sulfur dust. So I just piped oxygen from the pipe is right beneath here, and it's just going straight over to there, where there is water coming from here, and then sulfur dust being supplied by this red item pipeline, which has to be here anyways. And then this sulfuric acid is just being pumped into... here. Where it can go back where the extra generated will be added into here and looped around, with only the excess going into here. So that means, because I have those going constantly now, that we are now getting stainless steel without requiring the stainless steel drills, which means oh yeah, all the stainless steel got used up because I just told the system that it can use as much as it wants to do all of this, and it turns out that it needed a lot. Like, I believe it's 5.625 on average per drill. I guess I can do that in per craft, so it's 22.5 per craft. And it has to make enough for... Actually, no, I can't do it that way because there's weird amounts of various things here, but essentially, it does have a lot pre-built. Like, we have stainless steel rotors, a bunch of them in here, a bunch of extra stainless steel drill heads. So right now the limiting factor is polyethylene, which means... and neodymium. Which means that we do have to get both stainless steel drills going, which is the point of today. Oh, and the other thing is just that I had been briefly talking about how I swapped things around here. I also wanted to make sure that the longest one for all of this processing was over here, so that I could have the biggest open space possible for mega smelters, which I do plan to do today. I want to try and convert all 9 of these into mega smelters. I probably won't be doing this one. I'm thinking it's just not worth it because I will be making lead dust into a mega smelter, and I'll just have it prioritize taking lead ingots out of that first. So then this will just kind of act as a reserve for if the mega smelter is ever not supplying quick enough. And beyond that, there are no other furnaces we need to replace. We aren't going to replace the diamond furnace because eventually we will want to swap this to a macerator to get diamond dust to then get diamonds quicker with the implosion compressor. But that won't happen until the next tier of machines. So we need to make a quarry first. Oh, I also did put one stainless steel drill in here. It is apparently still there because this is apparently... Oh, I forgot to add some piping. And I set up this extra distillery off stream as well, just so that it would be done. There we go. Now that this isn't being dumped, we're producing a lot of extra chlorine. I wanted to make this first, just so that this fills up. So, once that is full, we will be able to produce all of this. And then we will be producing this again, which means once that is full and this can start filling with more hydrogen, there we go. That is now completely full. Although I am actually thinking, if I do this, 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 connect that, and now it will prioritize taking from this, so that means it will prioritize taking the hydrochloric acid from these first, which means it won't generate any extra unless it's actually required. Is it possible for me to do something similar with this? If I moved this trash can to somewhere over here, I could trash this, move this back to here, that into there. Put that there. Yeah, that's kind of the only spot that really works. Deprioritize this. Make sure that is prioritized. And now it will prioritize putting sulfuric acid into this. Which will in turn go through here and be put into here. Which means once that is full up, this will, or once this line is full, this will stop producing sulfuric acid, so that only adds sulfuric acid as a last resort. I'm gonna add those 7 into there. Oh, and I got more stainless steel drills because I went and found more uranium so that I could find more moissanite. And then I used that moissanite to get more neodymium, which let me craft a total of 60 extra stainless steel drills, which with the 12 we had already made meant I could have 64 plus 8. We're going to use the stack of 64 to get ore, because I think that's actually a bigger priority. Because we need a supply of moissanite. But we now have a nice supply of shale oil for at least a little bit. Which means we can make some more digital circuits and get closer to being self-sustaining on this. I almost wonder if it would be worth switching to chromium tiny dust. Because it's a much better ratio, so perhaps that better ratio means we will overall use this less frequently, to the point that we will still be getting more than enough chromium tiny dust for stainless steel. Let's try it. Chromium, tiny dust. So this will slowly fill up. We aren't going to fill all 3 of these slots until later, but it means we will get better bang for our buck. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I want to make some hatches. MV energy input hatch. Steel item input hatch. Do I still have an unpacker over here? This is slowly filling with hydrogen. So we need chains, steel machine casings. Do I have curved plates in here? Not enough. Okay, let's go get some curved plates from somewhere over here. What do I need curved plates for? Drills? Okay, so it's going to be right here. We pop those there. There we go. We can trash the rest of those. And now we just need to make the electric quarry. Right, so this is getting pumped into the motors. And there's really no way to not do it that way. Not without connecting this line up to this. Which means it will forever and always steal our steel rods. Well, it's only fair I steal them back from there then. Okay, let's make some Invar gears. It is 9 per 4. It's 9 for 4. So if I wanted to do 64 over 4 would be 16, so that's 16 times 9, 144. Cut those. Compress those. I didn't realize that was a task I had. No, I already had that one done. Oh, yeah, because I went and got the neodymium products, I was able to complete all of these, which made that look a little bit nicer. Ah, you're the bitch. Okay, so steam quarry, Invar rotor blade, steam quarry, electric quarry. Electrum. red item pipe. Four, five, 6, and 7. Drawer. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. How much energy are we using right now? All of it. Which is exactly why I built it with the exact same gap as that, so that I can build another setup like that right here if I need to or want to. After all, once we get to HV tier, we will need 4 boilers going, and at EV tier, we will need 8 boilers going. So having a third one going right as we're at the switching process to HV is perfectly fine. Tungsten and titanium. So we're just missing 2 of the end stone ores. Oh, we already have one. So we're just missing that. Perfect. Okay. So, first things first. What is the process for processing moissanite? It's a macerator into a macerator into a centrifuge. And what about sheldonite? So it is a macerator into an electrolyzer. Electrolyzer. For platinum, it is a macerator into a chemical reactor. Into a centrifuge. Into an electrolyzer. So we need 2 electrolyzers and 1 chemical reactor. Electrolyzer, there we go. Titanium, it is going to be a macerator. Actually, I should follow the full process first. So it'll be 1 macerator into an EBF. Into a vacuum freezer. Maybe I should have built this over here. We would be very low on space, though. I can always pipe that manganese sulfuric solution over to here if I want to set it up here. Because I don't really want to try and pipe the raw titanium over to there and have it join that setup of freezers and EBFs. So I'll probably just build that over here at some point. Hopefully today. Macerator. Tungsten will be macerated and then macerated again. And then we will store the dust. Two, three, four. So macerate again. This is the platinum ore, right? So it follows the same process as platinum. Which means we can add 1 to each of the electrolyzer and chemical reactor counts. And finally, the one that we are barely ever going to use, because where do we get this from? Red garnet. Oh, yeah. Actually, there is a chance that I would literally never use this. Like, I'll keep it around, but I think it's quite possible that in the future I'm going to be... Whoops, that was the wrong thing. Putting this through an implosion compressor to get red garnet dust, so that I can get these, and then I could just process pyrope to get extra silicon. But the actual reason I want to do it is for the spessartine, for faster manganese. So I have a feeling our current method is going to be slow for ever, essentially. But we can't do that yet. So for now, that will just stay as is. I won't just completely trash it, even though I could, technically. Is there a better spot that I could put that? We'll just leave it here. So this should go here. So we need 3 electrolyzers and and 2 chemical reactors, I believe. So this is 5, and this is 3. So 5 times 2 is 10, plus 3 times 3 is 19. So we need to make 19 fans, routers. 19 at 3 ingots each is 57 ingots. Cut those, compress those. I made too many, damn it. I should only have done half those. Well, we're just going to make extra routers and store them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I haven't had to automate those yet, so whenever I next need pumps, I will have to do it manually. So, sodalite, we have the macerator. It will go into an electrolyzer right away. This process is finished there. Macerate twice, and then we store it like that. So it's chemical reactor, centrifuge, electrolyzer. So these two should be moved to the far left here. Or do I want to put them on the far right? It's a tough question to think about. I'll probably build this EBF right here. Which in turn means I will probably build the... Oh, I see. I put that on the outside there. If I move this to this side, it'll be these two, then this one, then those two, which means this will be last, which means I'm going to do that so I can more quickly get to this process. I will need to build an EBF here. which will then have to go into a vacuum freezer. And then that will send stuff to the system. But if I wanted to put it here, it would be macerator. Unless I moved this over to here too, then it would be here. Which would mean my item pipes have to go here somewhere. I could put them on this side still. Which would actually mean those could stay right where they are. And in fact, if I just move this one over one, no, I wouldn't be able to just move that one over one because I have to also account for this area. So the only way would be to move that one over to here. I would be forced to move this one over to here, so it would be titanium. This just as a stopgap. Those two could stay as is. I suppose the other alternative is that we could move these two over one. And that'll be fine for a little bit. Leave that there. Move these two over one. Yeah, I think I'd prefer that. I think I do want it on so that the stuff that goes farther is all located on this side. Titanium. This. Actually, I want this here for the specific reason of having all of them in a line. There we go. That is probably the best organization I can do for it. So this has to be Moissanite. These two can go in either order. It doesn't have to be specifically this one. There we go, and this will be hatch, MV energy input. For the two machines. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Six. This one actually does need to go there. Need to be one there. There we go. So it should be that. Now, how many would it take to... So we have to do that definitely. Now, one way I can see to do this would actually be to put that there to swap between them, put the output hatch here, and then you need 1, 2, 3, 4. Alternatively, you could put the output hatch here and go 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just a matter of preference. As to where you would prefer your hatches. In Moissanite. Platinum. And titanium. Okay, so steel item input. Steel item output. Okay. So we're going to need to bring sulfur over to this. Actually, you know what? I've changed my mind for a specific reason. Which I will clarify in a second. So this process for platinum, the chemical reactor gives us the platinum sulfuric solution. The centrifuge gives us iridium tiny dust, which we do want to be picking up. So we definitely want to be picking that up, which in turn means it'll just be more efficient to do it here. Centrifuge. Absolutely horrendous sound. Moissanite. Tungsten dust. Sodalite. Where we probably want the extra sodium more than anything. So we want to do this, I guess? The other option would be to do it on this line. but I think I'm gonna go with this. Electrum. How many other ways are there to get cadmium? There are none. Neodymium, there are none. Yttrium. So we'll just leave that blank because... Actually, I think cadmium is likely to be our biggest setback. Because this is really only used in one recipe. Which means neodymium is only used in 2 recipes. Yttrium is only used in 1 recipe. Cadmium is also really only used in 1 recipe. But that recipe is one that we're directly storing. So in order to get the 16,384 cadmium batteries, we will need 16,384 cadmium. Whereas for this, 2 neodymium gets 9 superconductor dust, 3 yttrium gets 9 superconductor dust, so we're getting a lot better value out of these. So cadmium it is. Actually, this doesn't matter because it has to have all 3 of them. Which means once these are filled up, this won't be producing anymore unless we start trashing those, in which case we won't need the extra slot. So it's just pointless. Helium. We will need this for nuclear. And we will need this for cryofluid. So it's actually going to be quite a while until we actually get into using helium, because this doesn't produce a whole lot. What does produce helium? This produces helium. The distillation tower. What solar panel is that? Okay, so it's the MV tier. I don't think this is particularly useful, truth be told. Like, literally only the quantum solar panel would be at all useful, only because there are actually some recipes. I mean, there are a number of machines that would be fine to sustain themselves on just this. Funnily enough, the implosion compressor actually could sustain itself on just that. Because every single recipe it does, well, not every single recipe, most recipes it does have such little EU consumption that they would be fine. It's more like these recipes that you wouldn't want to put on it. Yeah, even stuff like these machines could be put on the ultimate ones. So long as you had a big enough buffer, it would... No, the nighttime thing would just really fuck you over. They're just not worth it. Can you get out of here? Okay, so... these will be getting a fluid inputted from here. I can actually get rid of those. I actually could do it this way. So it will prioritize putting them into the first one, and only then fill up the second one. This one could also do with the reorganizing. I think the biggest thing holding me off from reorganizing is the fact that this will eventually need to be an extra macerator. Because it'll be crushed diamond into diamond dust. However, this should be swapped with this should be swapped with this. These should all be moved over one, I guess. Unless do we want the 4 over here, followed by all of the 2s? So it'd be 4, 3, 3... No. Then we would just go along this line and then go down. Although it would line me up better for this. It would mean this would have to be moved to more like here. And all of this would have to be moved to these 3 slots. So, nah. Well, I am going to have to move this over to here. Which means this will have to be moved over to here as well. I think I do generally like it on that side more. Ooh, although that needs to have one connected into it, and if we move that to here, then... So we actually just want to move this to here. So if we swap this, and then we can build that out a little better. Then 12 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You know, I realize now these could also do the same thing as those. Prioritize this one. In fact, if we wanted to, we could get rid of these 3 things and move all of this over one. 49 over 9 is 5 ingots. So every 60 seconds we get 5 ingots. I mean, there isn't a whole lot of recipes that this needs, so once it gets filled up, it'll probably be able to sustain itself pretty easily. And with upgrades, it'll be much easier to sustain it with just one. Sure. Okay. The system is positively drained right now. Out. There we go. So we will build the EBF there, the freezer here. Platinum tiny dust. I highly doubt this will ever fill up, but you never know. So now we need to bring sulfur over to here and manganese over to here. Okay. Chromium. I don't know why the system would start inputting that, but just, you know, as a precautionary measure. Chromium. Perfect. Yellow item pipe. Out. Lower priorities into higher priorities. Out. I'm just gonna get rid of the excess ore. I don't need it. I have plenty. Okay, also getting rid of that. There we go. Perfect. I actually want less aluminum. Minus 11. Minus 10, minus 10, minus 9. -5. So the first takes the place aluminum from is here. After that, it takes it from these two places. Take from here, then here. Actually, then it takes it from here, and only if all of those are empty does it take it from here. Perfect. So 2 there or 2 here. Two here or 2 here. Frees up slightly more space with these pipes since there's less overlap. I imagine a decent chunk of steam is being stolen by that. I will probably need to start creating steam for it separately with its own boiler. Fluid. And we're going to need yellow. Okay. Hydrogen, chlorine. Surprised this tank is empty. So sulfur, orange. Hold on a second. If I told this to... Actually, never mind, no. Actually, wait. If I connected this back to this, and then I told it to take from this first... then would I not be able to... prevent this from filling up? 1 second. Just gonna do this. Okay, good. That is empty. So now, whenever this needs more sulfur, aka every time this does a recipe, it'll pull from this first. If this is empty, then it'll pull from this and put it into there. Which means when this has sulfur like it does now... One thing I'm thinking about is the fact that this will only produce when there is 15,000 in here. Okay, that does seem to work. Which means now... technically, I don't need to have 2 aluminum tanks of sulfur. This is trashing all of its extra. Out of there first. So currently it's taking from here before it takes from here. And it's taking from that machine before it's taking from there. So it would... so if I connect all of this with just one tank, it would have to take from that machine first, then this tank, then this machine. Which would mean that should be at +2. This should be at +1. This should be at -1. Could also set this to 0 and this to -2. Okay. Connect this up to there. Connect that back up to there. Get rid of this. Okay. So now it should take from that machine, and then it should take from this tank, and only if this tank is empty will this machine be allowed to output anything. Yeah, these aren't getting enough steam to properly sustain themselves. This one actually does require the trash can. We aren't getting oxygen returning anywhere, so we don't have to worry about that filling up. And the reason this requires the trash can is because once those are full, this needs to be able to keep going. Because we need lithium. Chloroform. The thing that's making chloroform doesn't have any methane. The thing making methane doesn't have any steam-cracked light fuel. The thing making steam-cracked light fuel doesn't have any light fuel. The thing making light fuel doesn't have enough sulfuric light fuel. The thing making sulfuric light fuel is just working slowly. Okay. See, the problem with doing it this way is now this just adds a whole nother system to try and maintain. It's easier if we either come up from down here or came out from here. So, if we came from here, we could just bring it alongside this. Or we could bring it from that. 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Significantly more. Okay. So in terms of where we want the sulfur to go first, we are going to tell it to put it into this machine first. To come out of there first. Then come out of here. Then it can come out of here. And only after that has happened is it allowed to exit this one. Is it possible for either one of these to fill up? It's 9,000 to 9,000, 1,000 to 1,000, which means the 9,000 stays 9,000, and 1,000 to 900, which means the 9,000 becomes 81,000. Sorry, 8,100. Did I meant to do that? No, that's still decreasing. Okay, so we are going to have to put this on its own system so that this can better sustain itself. first we're going to deal with some of these. So aluminum we want. We definitely want this one to be first. It's questionable if we actually care about this one at all as a priority. I think I now care about that one more, because I'll be getting titanium via other methods, and this doesn't produce enough oxygen to worry about its production of that. Okay, so now we need to make 3 more drawers. That's definitely going to be that one. I believe that should be that one. Yes, actually, I know that one should. And I know that one should be that one. 2, 3. Lock all of those. Platinum. Or... rushed. Okay. Let's go take all of this platinum over to here. So now this will handle that. Which means those will have a chance to fill up. So this titanium, we could make an EBF dedicated to it, and then we wouldn't need this drawer. Nah, we still kind of would, because we would need to convert it from tiny dust into big dust, so we do kind of just need to keep that. So titanium comes before tungsten solely because it's slightly easier. Platinum comes after all of that solely because it is a slightly higher tier material. So it goes titanium, tungsten, platinum, iridium kind of at the same time. Where is beryllium in all of that? It is a part of the nuclear stuff, which means it is higher tier than this, 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 and this. Wow, there's almost an entire row of just compacted dusts. Um, I'm gonna make this higher so that it prioritizes stainless steel over Conthol. Kind of prioritizing that, which is annoying, and I can't really do anything about it. Okay, so now we just need titanium. We also need to make another boiler. We actually have everything to make this, but then we would have to make the pressurizer. And we don't have everything to make that yet, so not worth it. EPF, furnace, and freezer. Okay, so these are the 4 things I still want to try and do today. But I have to go AFK now. So I'm gonna put a 10-minute timer on. And I'll just play some Stardew Valley music again. Okay, be right back. Okay. Let's get back into it. Okay. I'm actually going to forego the order that I have here because it's probably just going to be so much simpler to fluid, advanced fluid hatch. So, I need to input fluid over here. Electric blast furnace. I thought I took the time to make a shitload of frost-proof machine casings. Well, I'm going to now. So in order to make 64 of these, I need to do 32 recipes. 32 recipes is 2 stacks of aluminum plates plus 32 rings, which is an additional 8 for here. So that will cover my rings. So if I want to make 3 stacks of these, I need 9 stacks of these. 9 stacks of these requires 3 per, so that's 27 stacks of tin. Nine, 18, 27. Now, 2 rows of this will go into here. One row goes into here. And this now goes to the wire mill. This now goes to the assembler. Half of these also go to the We're just gonna let that run for a minute. Hot thaw. Okay. Okay. Okay, we are just going to move some things around. Okay, so to start with, I realize now I will have to continue to do this. So this should make 9 stacks, which means in order to make this, I need 3 stacks and 9 stacks. Three. I don't know how that got in there. This is going to take up a lot of our soldering alloy, apparently. Hadn't really considered that, but that's fine. It'll regenerate. As long as we can go a while before we next need to use it. So we can't use orange, light blue, gray, lime, yellow, blue, cyan, blue, gray, regular fluid pipes, or orange fluid pipes. So white, magenta, yellow is not an option actually. Pink is an option. Light gray is technically an option. Purple is technically an option. Brown is technically an option. Regular green, red, and black. Let's just double check. So fluid, gray, blue, cyan, yellow, blue, gray, lime, light blue, and orange. I could take brown. Brown's pretty similar in color to it. It's either brown or magenta, I think. Okay, so that will mark that. So take from this, put it into Where do I want to put it into first? This one? Yeah, let's put it into into that one first because it'll probably... So we could go all the way to here and then over to here. Or we could go here. Don't need that. We can pop that away. We can pop that away. Where did I get a yellow fluid pipe? Oh, it's from here. Doy. That one. Statech. I should set up a compressor. Could move this over to here. I'm gonna do that, actually. Tungsten. Stainless steel. That can stay as is because this is still going to be intaking stainless steel. Platinum ingots. So it's going to prioritize putting chromium in there. Two drawers. Platinum. So we are already almost at this point. Like, literally all we would have to do if we wanted to rush this is get acetylene, which you can get with steam cracked light fuel. So like, we literally could add an extra distillery, get this, put it into a chemical reactor with some of our hydrochloric acid, get this, put it into a chemical reactor with some chromium tiny dust, get this, put it into an assembler, get this. We can get these. Now we can get these. We would have to make these, but this isn't actually that hard. This is actually the only thing really holding us back. But we're not going to do that because I want to get the distillation towers going before I try and automate this process. High pressure large steam boiler, distillation towers. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to automate making these, probably, because they are part of so many of these advanced machines. So we're going to end up needing a lot of them. That or we'll finally have to make our AE system and set up craft on demand for that. We don't have... So we already almost have Dank 5 and 6. We just need more titanium and more platinum, which means we need to get energy going. This has to go into an EBF and into a vacuum freezer. You know, I called this episode 12.5, but this is almost just an extra episode, really. Like, we've done quite a bit in HV tier, just kind of focusing on ore processing. So you get one of these per this. You can't get the implosion compressor until after you make enough of these to... I mean, you have to make blast proof alloy stuff first. So that means it takes 2 ingots to make one of these. So this will require 16 plus 16 times 8. Sixteen times 8 is 128, plus 16 is 144. So 16 times 8 plus 16. You could pull an 8 out of all of that. Actually, never mind. No, never mind. I was thinking about that wrong. You could just pull a 16 out and then you get 16 times 9 and you'd know much quicker. But it's 144 ingots, which means in turn you need 288, which means you need 288 titanium, 288 tungsten, 288 ostrum, which means you need 288 over 3, 96 ostrum ore, 96 over 8. You only need 12 ostrum ore. Sorry, you only need to do 12... Well, I guess you need 96 coins. It's 1 coin per ore. And we could get away with 96 minus 10 divided by 8 is 10.75, so that means we'd have to do 11 recipes times 8 is 88. Minus 96 is... Okay, so we're only accounting for 8. We would have 2 left over, so it's 96 minus 8 is 88. 88 over 9 would be 9.777. So we could use up 9 of our mythic Statech coins, and we wouldn't have to go to Mars in order to get the implosion compressor. I don't think I'm gonna do that, because we have to go there anyways in order to get even more ostrum in order to... get other stuff. I mean, even just that amount would actually let us get enough blast-proof alloy for the backpack. But that wouldn't really be useful unless we went and did this first, so like... I think before we get into the implosion compressor, we will go do all of the space stuff. Can't guarantee that we won't just get to the processing unit before we do any space stuff, though. Which in turns means we might get all the way up to the highly advanced machine casing before we go to space. Which in turn means we might actually be in EV tier. Not that that will get us much, because we will have to go to space before we do any of this. Unless tungsten steel gets you all the way up to this. You have to go all the way to the end of the space stuff to get the cal rate necessary for this, so... But at least there doesn't have to be a huge amount of time in between when we do the space stuff and when we automate getting the space equipment. You know, one thing I'm unsure of is the large diesel generator the same efficiency as the large steam turbine process? Well, I guess which is just the large steam boiler. Like, once you have the large steam boiler going, is it a 1 EU of fluid fuel to 1 EU of steam produced? AKA to take 1 millibucket of water and turn it into 16 millibuckets of steam. Does that take 16 EU to do? Or does it only take 1 EU? Because if this is a higher efficiency ratio, then I won't be making the large diesel generator, unlike last time. Stainless steel pipe machine casing. Hey, we have our first tungsten steel. Which means we are now capable of producing tungsten steel if we really wanted to. However, until we get the blast furnace going, that isn't going to be worth doing. So, does that mean that the op amps are full? It does. That's good. The other use is, of course, for this process, but I don't want to do that yet. It is a slow process. So, we want to here. And we're going to mirror that part. Pyrolysis oven, copper nickel cable, and copper. So that will give me the steam turbine. Before fire. Okay. So we need 2 times 3 is 6. 6 times 3 is 18. I already have 1. So that means it's 2 copper nickel per thing, right? We have to make 4 of these, and it's 2 ingots per. Hatch. We need an MV energy input hatch. We need a steel item input hatch. We need a fluid input hatch, a fluid output hatch, and a item output hatch. Fluid output. So we want a fluid input hatch on this side. a fluid input hatch on this side, and then an output hatch here. Fluid. Fluid input, fluid output. Barrel. Drawer. Actually, do I need a drawer here? I guess it's kind of nice. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Actually, did I use a regular or a yellow? I used a regular. So I need a gray and a white. Oh yeah, I need to make another mixer. Gray, white. Okay, so that has to be out. Prioritize that. drawer. We like to have a big buffer. Do I have any coke in here? I don't. So the only things we have left to do are water and the mixer. We're going to put all of those on the same system. Good, that is now going up. Apparently oh no, all our red item types are already in our inventory. Aluminum. That's how it went. I was like, that doesn't quite look right. Oh, hey, that was actually very useful. And then we have a fluid pipe here and a fluid pipe here. Um, so we need bronze-plated bricks. I'm not even sure how that got energy. Oh, did I briefly connect up the two systems? So this is going to be generating ore with one system and processing it with another. We could take water from here over to here. We actually can't do it on top side. Blue fluid pipe. Okay, so that should be completely set up now. I just need to get the rest of the stuff for the... actual boiler. So we need fire clay bricks. I'm assuming we don't have any extras of any of these. Okay, so this is 8 per layer. -1 on this layer, +1 on the top layer, so it's just 8 times however many layers. 8 times 4 is 32. How many fire clay bricks do we have? Do I have a regular furnace anywhere that I can use? I'll deal with that later. Motor. At modern. Copper cable. Yellow fluid pipe. Tin cable. Oh, wait. At modern. Let's try that again. Tin cable. Motor. Another electronic circuit. More aluminum tiny dust. Basic machine hull. Bronze nugget. Another one of these. Okay. Okay. So in order to get this, I need these. In order to get this, I need these, which means I need clay and brick dust. Did my stream just stop? It says it's still going. Did my internet drop? No, it says I'm live. Okay. So I need 2 brick dust, 2 clay dust, which means I need 2 clay balls, 2 bricks, which means I need 4 clay balls. Clay. Just a regular furnace. And these go into a mixer. Then they go back into the furnace. And then they go into the compressor. And this should hopefully be the very last time I need to make... I see, so I'm going to need to do that again. So I need to make this. In order to make this, I need 4 of these and 1 of these. In order to make this, I need 3 more of those. So that means I need to make 7 more of those, which means clay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Macerate, furnace. How many of these do I need? That many, which means I need 6 of these, which means I need 18. I need to cut that. Press that. Seven. So we take one of those, 4 of those, we make 1 of those. Oh, I have to make some of these first. Cut these up. Okay, and once I put this in, the machine should pretty much immediately start producing steam. Silence that. White. How they can split the cost of every time this recipe goes off. Oh, it's actually a lot less than I thought. What is going on with my stream? So That's producing lubricant, which is good. This is now jumped up to 180 millibuckets, which should still be sustainable. I mean, it seems to be sustaining itself pretty fine. I could build the platinum electric blast furnace over there as well. Oh yeah, I should check on my ethyl benzene. I mean, this seems to be working fine. Might as well let it fill up. It'll take away from our stainless steel production for a little bit, but that's fine. So once this fills up, there will no longer be any place or any way. Then this will start filling up. Which means we will stop, which means chloroform will fill up, which means methane will fill up. We almost need to dump any extra tetrafluoroethylene. I don't want to dump polytetrafluoroethylene, because that's very useful for the actual thing we need to make. But we want the hydrochloric acid from these to be being made. Right now our limiting factor is annealed copper, because it keeps trying to make more of these wires. Once those wires are full, it will finally be able to prioritize the motors, which will let it start making stainless steel drills. Oh hey, we have stainless steel drills. I didn't even realize that. Actually, wait, that's a good question. If we had stainless steel drills, why isn't the system inputting them into here? I never told it to, that's why. Drill, so now we have 41, which means we should be fine to also let them go into here, which means we will now be infinitely producing this, which was the entire point of this stream, to get it to this point. Electric quarry, steam quarry. You know what? I'm gonna make an entire stack of advanced motors. There. Now I will have some to spare. For at least a little while. Okay, hatch. We are going to need an MV energy input. We are going to need a advanced item output. We are going to want a steel item input. Eventually I will probably switch these out for steel machine casings. Chain. Electrum. MV storage unit. Ay. Where the hell is our battery alloy? You know what? Screw you. I'm just taking it all. So this goes into here, goes into here. I didn't switch that to... No, okay. I want to leave that as white for now. Item pipe. Okay, and eventually I will be able to put the extras in there. I'm going to tell it to prioritize this one. Okay. We have way too many things on that system. Or at the very least, too many of them are going off at the same time right now. The nice thing is, we have somewhat reached the place where I can actually start making these. Well, no, this hasn't started building up. Once this has started building up, then I will actually be at the place where I can start making these. Which means right now I need to get to the point that my annealed copper is generating more, or I have to turn this off. That would also let me do it better. So it'll be 2 macerators. So it's 1 uranium-235 per that. So that means you would be getting a shitload of extra of this. So it's not too bad to make LE uranium dust, but then you get shitloads of this back. You get actually 72 extra dust if you do it via uranium. Which means... I'll tell you about the various sources. Quantum circuit boards require 2 plutonium. These require an additional 2 plutonium. So, an LE MOX fuel rod gets you 30. It requires 2 ingots. No, actually it requires 9 ingots, I believe. I think I did the math there wrong. So the LE MOX fuel rod gets you 30 dust. It takes 9 ingots. Which requires 9 dust. Sorry, 9 tiny dust specifically. Which means you get a return of 21. This gets you 36. But it costs 27, so that's only a return of 9. 27. These are the regular ones that require absolutely nothing, right? Yeah. So that's 30. This one literally can't be higher. Oh, wait, no. This is 27. This is 21. So you should make one reactor to turn regular uranium into uranium-238 and uranium-235 and plutonium. From there, you can combine that uranium-235 and uranium-238 to make Le uranium tiny dust would be the most efficient. And then you pocket the plutonium. Actually, so that would only remove 8, so that would leave you with 45. HE MOX and LE MOX. So that would get you this, and one of these. So you use your uranium to make this. It costs just the uranium, and you get back this dust and 27 plutonium, which leaves you with 45 uranium and 27 plutonium. 27 plutonium times 2 is 54. That would let you do 22 recipes of this one. No, sorry, this one. Or 27 recipes of this one. The 27 recipes will actually return more plutonium, I'm pretty sure. So this costs 9, and you get 30, so that's 21. This costs 27, and you get 36, so that's only a 9 return. So with this, you make... First you use the uranium-235 when you get it to make... Oh, that's only a 66% chance? Are any of these guaranteed? Le uranium fuel rod. Depleted HE uranium fuel rod. Okay, so I'm thinking you have one that is converting uranium fuel rods into depleted uranium fuel rods, which you then use to make, whenever you get it, one Le uranium fuel rod. Like, you have that as the priority, but that's not actually going to be made more often. More often than not, you're going to be getting Le MOX. Yeah. Which will be returning an additional 21 plutonium for all of the uranium you put into it. For all the plutonium you put into it. And then with the LE uranium ones, you'll be getting back 6 to 48. Honestly, it might not be worth it to do uranium ones. Even though the ratio you get is awful. Actually, wait, no. This right here would be exactly 1 uranium fuel rod. So you're getting more uranium. You don't get any plutonium if you do it this way. But you can take this and just directly make the LE uranium fuel rod out of it. Can't, right? No, actually you can't. Because that requires... nine of these. But this would require... on average, more than 9. It would be 9 divided by 0.6666. Actually, 27 over 2 is a much easier way of looking at it. 13.5. But you get plutonium. That's the upside to doing it with the rods. You get plutonium to work with. You could just do it with 1 doing uranium fuel rods, 1 doing LE uranium fuel rods, 1 doing HE uranium fuel rods. I don't know why I'm focused on this right now. It's not actually that important. Then again, you could just have 1 for every single type. They all return positive. Right? Actually, do they all return positive on the red dust? This takes 0 red dust. This takes... nine red dust. But it only returns 6. So you would be losing out on uranium-235. I mean, you'll probably be making uranium fuel rods and this returns 6 out of 9. This returns 18 out of 27. So it only returns 2/3 of its amount of red dust used, which makes these much harder to do. Compared to these, where even though they do take some of your plutonium, they return some as well. So this takes 9. it returns 30. Then you have to put another 9 in to make another one, so you're only getting 21. Yeah. Versus 27 and 36. So I think I will make one with LEMOX fuel rods and one with HEMOX with HEMOX fuel rods. I will actually end up getting all the way up to quads eventually. So it'll be an assembler into a packer, into my system, I guess. I don't know. That's for later me to decide. That is at 50. That is at 64 in both. So that is almost full. That hasn't even started to fill up. Nice thing is, once this is full, this is already almost full. I guess it'll start going into this, though. Eventually, hopefully, all of this will fill up. It's just going to take a while. You know what? I'm just going to put this chest here. So that way I can say, hey, I have a bunch of shit that I want put into my system. Take from this stack first. So that way when I find stuff, I don't necessarily have to delete it. It'll mostly be for the more important things that actually cost a lot to make at the moment. Okay. Stone. Okay, we can lock those down again. Okay, now this can go just about anywhere that there is both a red line and a... This is going to look very weird. Electrum. Red. Okay, that can be over there for now. And let's double check that I made sure to... Yeah, see, this is why I had to double check, because I didn't do this part. Okay, now while that does its thing, we are going to get the mega smelters going as the final thing to do today. Three more. Oh, wait. That's not where they go. There we go. If we get rid of one centrifuge, we can fit one more here. Coal and carbon. It is still recovering from the shock I put it under earlier. Oh no, I would have to eliminate both. Plus, where would this stuff even go? I don't think I can fit one there. I think I have to leave those as is. But I can actually move this up one, which will let me move this entire pipe this way one, which is a little weird, but it won't look weird once I do it. What am I even using silver for? Oh, for electrum. But moving all of this that way one would let this sit snug right up against this, so I want to do that. Furnace. I'm actually going to keep these as a reminder of all of the things I need to do. Antimony, silicon, tin, nickel. Silver and gold. coal, sulfur, iron. And these now all have to move one more this way. Yeah, I'm going to use this to signify ones that are shared between them, so that I know I can't use those ones at all. That is a nightmare to look up at. Okay. Hatch, we are going to need a bunch of advanced item input hatches. 6, 7, 8, 9. And advanced item output hatches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We are also going to need a bunch of these. Copper nickel. Okay. And now this one should be somewhere here. That is already struggling enough. So we're actually going to connect these ones up to this system. So that has to go 3 that way or 3 that way. We go... oh. Electrum. Okay, so that's gonna fill itself up. So... something I'm thinking of doing is swapping these two over to here, and these two over to here. I was then gonna say, and running a yellow line down here, but... actually, I could still do that. I could do iron via the red line in one of these. The question is, do I want the... would I want a yellow line from all of these to be going up here? Because of course the other alternative is to put those two here and then just connect them into these two. Actually, I wouldn't even move that one. I would literally just move this lead one over to where the gold is. Swap those two and then put the gold going in its own yellow out to here. Actually, no. For symmetry, I would make the gold stay here, swap the silver and the lead, and have the silver come out to here. There we go. Do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This has... Oh, hey, this is recovered. That's very good. Now I can demolish the entirety of this soldering alloy a second time. That didn't even do much of a number on the soldering alloy. Must be something else that's super expensive that I did. And taking a quick rundown, we can see that all of those are now good. Sure, I'll leave the steel mallet there. So this one is going to be gold. Item pipe, we are going to need... these. out. There we go. Okay, let's upgrade our system here. And for these 9, I forgot to make sure to lock these before. I guess they don't technically need to be locked. Oh yeah, I better continue to fix this. Okay, that is now solved. And now we have 3 here and 4 here. What order do we want to do these in? Antimony, silicon should probably be after antimony. Yes, definitely. Nickel is definitely going to be one of the later ones. Copper, iron, tin, lead, antimony, nickel, silicon. I'll just follow the same order as this. think we'll do it like that. Yellow. So do I want to do it so that these four stay in a line here, and then these three go here? What are silver and gold in the line? Gold is right after iron, silver is right after tin. Well, that's messed up then. I could also do... like this? Copper, iron, lead, antimony. Tin, nickel, antimony, nickel, lead, copper, iron. There we go. And we can say you can take as much as you want. That would explain why silver wasn't popping up. nickel. The only other one that would be worth doing lead in would be like this one, or maybe this one, just that I could do galena ore in there as well. But I think I'm fine doing galena separately, and just saying, hey, take other lead first. So silver and gold, 32,500, 32,600. Apparently those went down quite a bit in the time. Copper also dropped down, whew, 500. And then tin and nickel. So nickel should be filling up right now. Tin should also be just about done. Oh yeah, these are both filling up at the moment. $829. This is just barely rising. Which means, yeah, okay. It just had to fill everything up. So I increased this one's load a little bit there by adding all of these smelters onto it, but at the same time I decreased how much energy each one of these is taking. Because if you look at a regular smelter, it costs 400 EU to do 1 ingot. So that's, you know, very obviously 400 EU per ingot. But this is 3200 EU for 32 ingots, which very nicely divides down to 100, which is 4 times more energy, or sorry, 4 times less energy for this recipe. So it's 4 times less energy at the exact same speed in terms of total time taken. For 32 times the output. So increasing our energy efficiency per recipe by 4 and our output efficiency by 32 means we've really just gotten a 128 times efficiency bonus for switching to smelters here. Gold is almost done. Tin is almost done, which will leave copper. Yeah. Okay, don't do 2 of them at the same time. So we didn't get to do anything with platinum or with cadmium today. I mean, I could still quickly do the cadmium. I don't think we need to do anything with this right now. Yeah, no, that's just for the nuclear plates. So this won't get to go until this fills up, which means we won't be producing Conthal until this fills up. I could quickly do the cadmium batteries, platinum. And is there anything else I would want to do today? Okay, we finally filled up on sodium batteries, which means this should start filling up eventually. Oh hey, that's now filling up with... did I... I did. Gonna see this go up at all. Oh, actually, another way to double check that that will eventually start filling up is... Yeah, check this. Okay, so right now it's all filling up this. 1, 2. Oh, it doesn't have energy. That's why. Doi. Electrum cable. That will start using up the cadmium. Are any of these filling up? Not currently. Doesn't surprise me that this one isn't filling up. Or that this one isn't filling up yet. This one has only not filled up because it's about to fill up. The titanium is getting processed quicker than it's coming in. Hatch, output hatch. Okay, so the output hatch isn't filling, which is good. What's 144 times 9? So this has to do 1,296 recipes. It's times 2 minutes each, divided by 60, 43.2 hours. You know what? That's doable. So long as I leave the game open a lot of the time whenever I can, that will be doable. So we are going to want to do this eventually. But we don't have to do that right now. In fact, we don't want to do that right now, because right now we need to do other stuff with the iridium tiny dust. Stuff we aren't going to get into today. silicon. There we go. That's much better. I'm just going to grab this and put it in here, and then it can sort itself out. So we're going to need platinum. There's not really anything else I care to automate at this time. So in order to attach another Conthal tier to this, first things first, we would need to do this. There we go. Now we can attach this here. It's going to be a while until we need the platinum tiny dust, so hopefully by that time the platinum will have filled up, or we will have upgraded the speed at which things are happening, and then it will fill up. Because hopefully next time, what I'm kind of wanting is to be at a place where we can upgrade to HV tier, and then work on the pressurizer and distillation towers, and large chemical reactors. Because then once all of those are upgraded, we'll upgrade it and in place. We will be in a spot where we actually probably would be able to get to EV tier. And then with EV tier, we would be in a better place to get to the high pressure advanced large steam boiler and get a full 65k energy being generated at one time. Okay, electric blast furnace. Conthal tier. Freezer. Or three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. In order to make this, we need 9. 9 times 3 is 27. Cutting machine, that. Compress. That. I wonder if I connected another inventory connector to these inventories, would it read the other one? Oak. Inventory connector. Uh, 303, 367. Okay, so this isn't reading all of the same slots. Which means I can use this as a way to pull shit out of here that I don't want in there. Okay. Back to what I was doing though. Monthal. So this gets me 6 at a time. Can I get 3 at a time? How many do I need? I need 10. $24, 36. If I do 12, that means I get 12 plates, which means I get 24 wires. So I should be able to do 12. It just needs to be a multiple of 3 and of 8. After being divided by, sorry, before being divided by 2, so that should be... Press... Dull coils. Active, active. Okay, so we need one for this, and one for this. Output. So input, output, output. We need an input back here. Input, input, output, output. And an input, input, output, output, pipe. We will want yellow pipe, red pipe, cable, item pipe. This will take the hot ingots and turn them into normal ingots. Okay, final thing is to figure out where the hell... So now we can't go 3 this way, or we could go 1, 2, 3, 4 this way. Okay, we're just gonna connect them up here. Sweet. We got a lot done today. So that will be turning our platinum into platinum ingots. Okay, that is going to be it for today. Oh, I want to see this. Yeah. Cable's made back. Let's throw up the ending screen. Okay. So, that is probably the last stream for this week. Technically, Elden Ring is having the Tarnished Edition come out tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to be doing anything for that. We'll really have to see what it is in its totality before I make a decision, so that might take over for my Sunday stream instead of whatever I had previously planned. Unsure. Thank you all for coming. I will catch you all then. Goodbye.